How's it going? Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a good day. I'm a little tipsy, just a smidge, and I spent nearly 2 hours caramelizing onions. So that's why I'm late. And then also OBS just decided it didn't want to work with me. Just out of nowhere decided that no, it's not gonna work. I'm not gonna function. I'm not gonna show you the chat window or the stream information window. But I'll go live on Twitch as if they do exist. Yeah. We're out here struggling. But I hope you guys are having a good day. I have been playing Coral Island all day, which has been a grand old time. It did not work today. Tomorrow I really gotta do some homework, but excuse me. But yeah, we're gonna play some more stuff tonight. Some more Ace Attorney. I don't know how this is gonna go because, like I said, I'm a little drunk, a little tipsy, and I imagine Minnie's gonna come up here at some point and harass me. So, I'm actually gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take Sudafed because I am very congested. And I would like to not be. Be right back. Hello. Did you get a glimpse of Miss Minnie while I was gone? Hi, baby. Oh, come here. Oh. Here's my girl. Yes, she's my snuggle puppy. She's very needy. She's my good girl.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy.
Thank you for the 28-month free sub. How's it going? Oh. Yeah? I forgot to put my headphones on. But okay. good girl. You're so tall. Just ate your first day of your cheese advent calendar. Hell yeah. I love that. Those cheese advent calendars always look so good. Under your little booty, put you on the floor. There you go, baby. My mom bought me a Reese's advent calendar, and it's apparently just a bunch of little mini packs with 4 Reese's pieces in it, and then like 6 of the days are like mini Reese's cups. But then I have my Supernatural advent calendar that they sent me 2 of, that they doubled my order of. The first day was like a little stapled together, folded over, like printed booklet. It was something. The Reese's one? I'm sure it's not a unique calendar. It's my mom bought it for me on like Amazon. Oof. My whole body hurts. I'm gonna like lay on the floor. I'm sure that's a product of the alcohol. You have 3 this year: cheese, chocolate, and Ratch and you made each other one. That's so much fun. I love that. Can I help you? You can't see her, but she's standing right here. Like, oh, you can kind of see her. Just like glaring at me. Hi, baby. Why don't you go lay down? I don't have anything. I know you watched me bring that Danish up here, but I'm not opening it anytime soon, and you can't have any of it. It will not be good for your puppy tummy. I don't have any food. Not right now. You're so needy. I know. Nobody, it's just you and me, and I'm not paying 24/7 attention to you, huh? Why don't you go lay down? I have 2 advent calendars: Reese's Cups and Supernatural. I guess technically I have 3, but I guess I'm gonna save the Supernatural one for something. The second one, I mean, down the line. Maybe I'll save it for that series of videos I'm planning on making. Oh, good, she left. Oh, I'm just kidding. She just went on the other side. Honey, no. No. Can you go lay down? I harassed you enough and you leave me alone. She's so needy. Anyway. Yeah. Welcome to stream. Sorry. Being tipsy means I'm already tired. We haven't even started. It's 7:45 at night. Woo! I would have been earlier than this, except OBS decided to fight me. So I had to deal with that for a while. But now I'm here. Like I said, I've been doing nothing all day but play Coral Island and around at the supermarket at one point, and I took Minnie on a walk. But other than that, I just played Coral Island, and it was great. And beyond doing homework, that's what I plan to do all this weekend. Because that game is so good. But tonight we're playing more Ace Attorney. Excuse me. I am stuffy, but I just took another Sudafed, so hopefully that'll kick in a sec. but we'll see. Alright. Shall we hop into the game? Maybe, possibly. There she is. Alright. Let's do this. I think we have another investigative thing. Yeah, last time we were in court. Oh, we're defending that dumbass scientist who, like, exploded someone during the World Fair. Yeah, that's what it was. And then in court, he was like, actually, I did do it, because he was, like, trying to defend his invention from being found out. And it's like, dude, are you fucking stupid? He is. Spoiler alert, he's very stupid. And I think his name was, like, Hairbrain. How much of this game is left? So we are on the third case of 5. And we're in the second half of this case. There's 3 parts left of this case. We'll probably finish it today. And then the next 2 cases each have 4 parts. So we'll see. We'll definitely, I say definitely, we'll almost certainly finish this game before the end of the year, which would be nice. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed the slightest, though. It's been some 6 months, hasn't it? Sorry, I'm gonna sound all stuffy until the Sudafed kicks in. That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikitopa. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It's quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. Who we think might be alive and interning for... What's his face? What is his name? I always forget it. Van Zeeks. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Right now. Tell it to me right now. Thank you. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Usato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotopa summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsumi included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine... Excuse me. There's something that must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Your Fazoli's is almost there. Fuck yes, Nico. Join the pasta club. We're having a little pasta corner, you and me. You and me, the pasta corner. How you doing, my friend? Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jugoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotopa is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. You almost made butter noodles for dinner. You could have joined the pasta corner that you didn't even know existed. But who's that other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jugoku. You met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. I mean, I assumed it was the one Japanese judge we've met. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. You're hungry to the point of hunger? I understand, Nico. I hope it gets there as soon as humanly possible. You're eating a bowl of pork ramen you got from the Japanese soul food place. You're in the pasta corner too, Cody! It's a noodle. It counts. Welcome to the pasta corner! I mean, I guess it's like soup, but it's a noodle. The noodle corner. We could call it the noodle corner. Mine were bow ties. It's fine. It's a pasta kind of Friday. Pasta party evening. I should have titled the stream Pasta Party. Drunken Pasta Party. Speaking of, have a sip of the alcohol. Well, it was Judge Shikoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's helping that by achieving exceptional results. He'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. General So's chicken and broccoli. I mean, that's a great meal. 10 out of 10. I have no notes. To blow my nose again. Oh, hi, you. She's sitting right behind my chair. She's waiting for me to open this fucking Danish that I bought at the supermarket in Hayes. You can't have that. You're so cozy over there. This was frozen for Target, so not even that great, but this week has been a minimal cooking and no grocery shopping week. I've eaten butter noodles multiple times this week. Well, then you're an honorary member of the pasta quarter. You get to be part of it. But I get that. It's one of those weeks. It's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikatoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. In the way, so I haven't really been cooking. To put your kitchen island together. Ooh. Stale bread. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Les Mis? Are you stealing a loaf of bread, Nico? I'm so confused. What is happening? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Oh. You thought I said stale bread? Maybe I did on accident? Listen, I'm a little intoxicated. Anything's possible. I've been losing my mind for like 3 weeks, so it didn't exist. But how can that be? You have hearing problems? Well, I have saying the right word problems, so we're a match made in heaven. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. She wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. Who is this woman? It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? You have EP disease, the only cure, a warm bed. Thank you, Dr. Nico. Your cures are infallible. I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? Is that why she was being excommunicated? I almost said exported and then excommunicated. What is the word that I'm looking for? They're going to send her to Shanghai. Is Shin like a Chinese name? Was she actually Chinese? Is that why she wore a mask? To hide the fact that she was Asian? But like, you could see her eyes under I mean, I guess that's video game logic. But okay. Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere. A Shin? We've heard her name before somewhere? In association with who? I'm trying to, like, rack my brain of all the characters we've met in this game so far. I don't think anybody was named Shin. Okay. What about Kazuma? Tell me everything about Kazuma. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett says something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had hands in what went on, and that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy was never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate on it at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-san. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. Oh my god! He is alive! He's gotta be Manzeek's intern! What the fuck? Oh my god! He's been alive and he's been in London like this whole fucking time? I can't! Hi, baby. Are you wagging your tail because I'm screaming? Do you want to come over here? No, go ahead. Run away. I think we're right, Nico! It just disappeared. He's alive! I wonder, maybe he has amnesia. Oh my god, because this game loves its amnesia. Absolutely loves it. I'm gonna lose my mind. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our boyfriend's alive. Oh, I'm so warm right now. I'm so warm. Our government tried to cover up the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Hi, baby. She hasn't even picked up. But she wants to just cry at me. Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Because he's right there and you were face to face. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Birya were definitely strange. You can't see. Oh, you can see her. She's just standing there going. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Come say hi to everybody. Again. Here she is. There's my baby girl. Hi. Thank you for the kiss. That's my eyeball. Say hi to Nico. I think that we determined that he did not write the Russian phrase. Cosmo did not speak Russian. He did not know how to write Russian. I think it was written by the girl who pushed him. So, like, that was not written by him. You're, like, covering up my face. I can't see the computer. You're a snuggly puppy. So needy because your mommy and daddy went on vacation without you, huh? And they left you here with me. They left you here with me. How could they do that? They should have taken you to Florida and put you on the roller coasters with them, huh? You would have hated that. You would have hated Disney. It's too many people. You would get so anxious. Alright. I'm gonna put you on bed. I'm gonna snuggle you on the bed. Nuts. She won't leave me alone. I'm sorry, we're just staring at Cosimo's quote unquote dead body. Yeah, I don't know what it was written in. Cody. I wonder, like, he probably had like a wound on his head. I would assume, since he got hit, like his head smacked into something. Maybe they like dipped his fingers into the cut on his scalp. I don't know. I think it's more video game logic. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Dreaming of Ryu's ass. Could it be? Could it be? But he's actually still alive. Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear! Susanoo, I have news to share. We've been face to face with him. I'm 99% sure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. He also could have cut his finger with a sword. Cody, my theory is that, alright, like that whole scene was staged because they really thought he was dead. Remember, he was pushed by that like 16-year-old girl and he fucking smacked his head on like the post of his bed or something like that. That was all set up by her and the sailor man to look like, you know, that he got killed. And I think that they actually thought he was dead. I think the man has amnesia, or at least did at the time. Because this game series loves its amnesia so much. I think he hit his head, and he got amnesia, and now he is Lord Van Zeek's mysterious masked intern. Like me and Nico and Carly posited last week. He did not write that himself. Like, I'm pretty sure we established in that case way back when, which was, you know, many months ago at this point, he doesn't know Russian, he can't speak Russian, he can't write Russian. There's no reason for him, like, he wouldn't have written that, because he wouldn't know how. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remembered it clearly. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. Susanoo, you have not seen how shady this man has been for the last little bit. I suppose that's true, yes. Her luck is terrible. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turns out to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Oh, Susato, and I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. He must have amnesia, right? Okay. Do I need to present anything to her? About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once you've helped Professor Harebrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far.
You should have gotten extra chicken. There's one breast and it's so small. Oh. Do I just present all of this? Oh, just kidding. Okay. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. I'm quite accomplished with the longbow myself, you know. No, really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Okay, let me just present this just in case. Okay, nope. Alright. Not that either. Alright, we're gonna go through all this. Because it doesn't, I wonder if I have to examine something in the room, maybe. Okay. Nope, okay. Let's see if there's something I gotta examine in the room. 'Cause I can't move anywhere. Just to... Oh! Hi, Iris. I forgot you were here. I went on such a long tangent about how Cosmo is definitely alive and has amnesia that I completely forgot about you. Must be about a year now. I've read a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hounds of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. So there's something about this face that she makes. I can't put my hands on it, but I don't like this face that she makes. This like serious, neutral face. I don't know what it is. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hounds of the Baskervilles. I'd love to read it. Yeah? You want to read The Hound of the Baskervilles too, Min? You wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? Oh, she's on the other side now. She's doing a little ASMR binaural audio. Hi, honey. I don't have anything that you want. I know that's a lot, but I don't have anything. She's being needy. I think it's time. Oh! Sorry. I've only had to keep it from you. I'm sorry I've had to keep it. I'm only sorry that I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Look at this sad little girl. So abandoned. Do you want to lay on my lap? You can, hang out with me while I play the game? No, you don't want to. So. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. What do you want? Why are you crying? You just went outside, so it can't be that. Good Lord, this is gonna be all night. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susanna, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label. That's all. Honey. You have the crazies, huh? Do you need to go out and go, number 2? Alright, I'm gonna go... Oh, God, she just, attacked my foot. I'm gonna follow her and see what she needs. Come on. Let's go downstairs. Go. Can you go outside? Don't bite my toes. Come on. Toe biter. Go. Alright, I'm back. She went outside. She chased a rabbit or something. And she did nothing. She tried to eat dirt. Anyway, I'm here. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it. And certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Oh! Maybe she'll settle down. That's a good girl. Okay. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. Maybe Susano's dad is actually a Herlock Sholmes fan. Maybe. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, excuse me, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susano. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sounds of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case. So I agree, we really do need to find the man. Sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? Iris is so cute. I love her. That was a little abrupt. Pull of the herb market must be strong. Or is she gonna go harass Sholmes? New location has been added. Where? I cannot go to the prosecutor's office. I cannot go harass Van Zeeks. What is the new location? Am I crazy? I don't really visit this place for some time. Hey, Herlock. Herlock rides up to Dad, I guess. Why is my book in Japan, you bitch? Yeah, seriously. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to come back again later. Alright, I can take a hint. The stage, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Gina. Oh, she's got a puppy! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey. Hey, you there. I had a feeling you'd show your mugs before long. Nope, that's not it. Oh, it's you! It is that voice. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since the last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. You might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. It's a puppy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Well, it's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detective bug, if you ask me. Thought he meant Van Zees for a moment, like the masked Cosmo. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see you, see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's all that's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Don't go poking your nose in wherever it's not wanted. Why are they sending Gregson to France? And they're gonna leave a 17-year-old girl as a police inspector? I don't know about that. I intend to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Okay, that makes more sense. Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. Okay. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Somehow, your stream got paused when you went to follow me. I mean, I've only been back for like maybe 5 minutes. All you missed was us talking to Iris and her Susato telling Iris that the reason she knew Iris's manuscript was called The Hound of Baskervilles is because when she was in her father's office, she saw a box with that name on it, and she went to read it. Her dad was like, "Get the fuck out! Don't read that! Forget you saw it!" And then it was gone when she went back this time. So that's all. That's it. This girl is finally settled in a smidgen. Anyway. It could be evidence. Gotta keep that. I figure, like, Baskervilles is probably, like, a family. And, like, maybe it's like in my head, it's like a mob boss hit kind of thing. Gotta keep that dive-in diva safe and sound. Until this is all over, at least. Because it wasn't her dad. No. Susato's dad? No. Susato's dad is alive. That's Professor Mikotoba. Oh, Iris's dad. Yes. John H. Wilson was murdered in Japan. But this is Iris's manuscript. They keep saying it's like Iris's manuscript was in that box. And Iris wrote this story. She does not know that her dad is dead. Iris wrote the story, and Sholmes is not letting her publish it. It's like the whole hullabaloo. But we're like, why is the story also in Japan? Question mark. I have a feeling that it's not the story that's in Japan. It's probably like evidence files of some kind. But I don't know. Oi, did you just call me what is her? Did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you heard the boss. Oh my god. Inspector Lestraud's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Might be evidence that might contain the motive as to her father's murder. Maybe. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Yeah, I don't... Because, yeah, Giselle never revealed why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh, it's a puppy! So cute! Ain't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing in my mind, to be honest. Let's chat. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Oh. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, can't go up there, Suze. Oh. So like I told Otto yesterday, even I ain't allowed near the wreck. What's the quote again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yes. But isn't the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're supposed to get permission. You're still supposed to get permission for some bigwig or other, as far as I know. I'm really butchering this accent, like, so bad. What is his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Cool. No, we're gonna talk. I wanna know everything about Toby. It was great, weren't I? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about if I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things out for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm just starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. Guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if it isn't actually from all the fried food. Oh, yes. Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. They have to find that pumpkin cat guy from over the corner wall. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes which don't match. So a glimpse of the picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it for nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glass to that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what's he always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. Would you rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guzzling demigod, you're equally bad off with both. Oh my god. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead to Drebber at all. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's... How did they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. A bona fide detective. Sorry? I give him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? He's a puppy little baby. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. Or they used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ryu! What the fuck? That's nothing compared to this little fellow, Otto. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby had got a good whiffy of drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he could swim? We should have him smell the sword. Kazuma sword and track him down. Anyway, Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. We gotta have something else of Kazuma's, like besides the sword. We had to have kept his shit. There had to be a piece of clothes. Maybe we kept his headband? The headband? The headband, oh my god. How much would I bet we're gonna use the headband to track down Kazuma? Anyway! I just can't believe this little dog is such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's nothing more... There's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way round. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about it, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Alright, let's go talk to Lord Strongheart. There it is. Oh! Who are you? New character? That I'm gonna have to figure out a voice for? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into a disarray as a result. Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Who is this beautiful woman? Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's so... She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. I agree, Nico. I 100% agree. She's beautiful. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. I want to call him Assman so bad. Following the outcomes of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. He's like 12 hours late last time we saw him. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago, now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Or a year ago now. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes, but London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. Are you the Reaper? By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikitoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord
Strongheart? With Professor Mikitoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikitoba very, very well. I want to eat the Danish, but I really don't want her to get up, so we're gonna wait.
Hi, Carly!
How you doing? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jugoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge.
What'd you miss? Not much, to be honest, because this one was harassing me, and I had to leave for a little while to deal with her. What did we miss? Oh, okay, so Cosmo's body never made it back to Japan. We're correct. I went on a big rant about how Cosmo is definitely Van Zeke's assistant, and he definitely has amnesia. He's definitely got amnesia. But Cosmo's almost certainly alive. I would bet my life on it at this point. What else? The reason that Susato knew the name of Iris's manuscript, The Hound of Baskervilles, in the last game is because when she was in Japan, before the, when the game started, like before they came here, she saw in her dad's office a file, like a box, that was labeled The Hound of Baskervilles, and when she went to, like, look at it, her dad was like, no, don't look at that, forget you ever saw it, and then, like, it vanished. So there's something going on there. Susato's back because her dad and the judge from Japan are coming here to help in that, like, forensics symposium that Strongheart's throwing. Gina got a dog. Its name is Toby. I think that's it. Her dad did not explain. He's being real cagey. Real cagey. He just, like, flat out refuses to explain anything to Susato for whatever reason. And that's everything you missed on Glee. I think that's everything. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. Oh, also, when we showed up here, there was a beautiful woman with a strong heart. And I forget her name, but she's apparently the chief coroner. And Nico has a crush. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Her name is Dr. Scythe. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly, but I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zeeks. Is Lord Van Zeeks in turn my boyfriend? I need you to tell me this right now. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word!
So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You will have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. See ya. New location's been added. Right. Forensics lab. Well, I'm gonna go back to the stage. I'm gonna go harass Barak von Zeeks. Let me go harass him. And his fucking...
Oi, off limits! Try to sneak past me again, I'll stuff your gob full of fish. Yes, please, I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special... Yeah, I got the special permission. Alright. There we go. Gina. We are actually hoping that we can investigate... Yeah. You're alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Okay, so we're gonna go through the same. Play with my new friend, Toby, Woof. Machine exploded. Haven't seen it. Can't go up this, Suze. What's it called? Special dispensation. Called again, forensic team. Special blah blah blah. I think so. Permission. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. We waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. We could have just told her that, and she would have... We have no written permission. Hi, Izzy. Crazy stuff happened today? Real crazy stuff? You want to talk about it? I hope it wasn't, like, bad crazy. Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. And he'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all that is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go then. Oh, thank you, Gina. I can't believe Gina had nothing to say about the fact that Susanoo is back. Like, no, like, oh my gosh, hi! Like, nothing. Maybe she didn't know that Susanoo left, because she was in jail for a while. Oh, there's like more stuff here. Oh my! So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went into in order to obtain the research grant. No. But the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. I don't know about that, but okay. Oh, look, is that? Oh God, hi. Lord Van Zeeks. Is his intern here? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have been her steel will. Okay. Hi, Strongheart. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. Science, you're doing a water filter project. I saw a video of some guy making filters, and he said fine charcoal was important to the water. So, you being a perfectionist, hammering the shit out of the charcoal, and up slamming your fingers. Oh no! The worst part came after science teacher told you to go to the nurse. You started feeling oh, I'm sorry, Izzy. That is the worst. Like, you hurt yourself and you don't think it's that bad, and then your body just like shuts down. I've had that. I like broke a glass once and like cut my finger, and like I was a lifeguard for many years. I've dealt with many injuries, blood. I pulled like a splinter this big out of a child's foot once. Like, I'm no stranger to blood, but like seeing myself injured, like something about that, I started to pass out. My mom had to like rub my back and make sure I didn't puke. I'm sorry. I hope that the rest of your day was chill and that you've been able to wind down from that. That is rough. I hope your fingers are not hurting too bad either. Look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this is a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All the different architecture from all corners of the world. That's not what I wanted to look at. Does make you feel a bit like an explorer, does it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. Through the history of seizures and passing out. Oh, but it was the longest and also kind of painful. Cause I'm really sorry. That's scary. Yeah, that's really fucking scary. I'm glad to hear that you're okay now. That you're doing better. Oh, that's really scary. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper constructions have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. Ryu, you and I are very different people. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. I just spent almost 2 hours caramelizing onions. We are not the same. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Can I, like, examine that evidence?
look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Okay. Okay. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the air. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside of me. But you don't look like you're walking. You might fall. If you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I noticed. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should just make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It'd really be much safer that way. Okay, that was an accident. Okay. I guess let's talk to this man. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stands firmly behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. Great timing, Carly! So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet, you managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Seriously. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. We're gonna ask him about his dead brother? I don't know that that's gonna go well for us. Dude. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. I don't. We're gonna ask him about his dead brother! So, Clint, why would you do like that? Ryu, are you stupid? Am I still tipsy, by the way? Minimally. I have sobered up aggressively since the start. I'm still finishing off the last of my drink, but the carbs, the pasta, have sobered me up. Oh my god. Look at this sleepy baby. Just being so cute. So, Clint was the name of your older brother. I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. Ryu, shut the fuck up! You Nipponese, I've always had to be on guard whenever you're around. You've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. Are you gonna tar up all Nipponese with the same brush then? Or brush next? So tell me, what is your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks, by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there. For public scorn! Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
Particular waxwork? Which, wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet.
One of your favorite things you've done with the parody account? It's just like you were... Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely, that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which is, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who had straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... Repeat what I said? I just laughed at your message. I don't... If you tell me what I was saying, I might remember what I was saying. I think I was mostly just reading the chat.
I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we very much appreciate any more clues you could give us.
Okay, cool. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Oh.
Hello. Oh god, he kind of looks like... He doesn't look like this, but why am I thinking of... You guys know Black Butler? That other Reaper? He's like the red-haired, like, very gay one. I don't remember what his name is. But for some reason, this image reminded me of him. Why? They don't look anything alike. Other than being thin and having long hair. I'm losing it.
Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. That means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
Because you're an asshole? What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph has been entered into the court record. Alright. Hi, Kazuma! It's gotta be him. Amnesia Kazuma.
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow.
As a clarification, Izzy, I don't know that this is Kazuma, but I strongly think that it is.
Thank you.
Susato could... I had a feeling of, like, if we met him, Susato would be able to spot it right away. Susato would know. Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, apparently. Mass disciple. You need to bully him. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. That it's Kazuma? Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Because it's fucking Kaz. Did he just leave? Yeah! I knew she would know! Kazuma-sama! I knew it! Kazuma? I don't believe it! Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? He's got amnesia! Hi, Minnie, I'm sorry. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. Because you love him! As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Rip the hood off! Wait! Just rip it off! Too late. I would not let him leave that platform. I would fucking assault, borderline assault that man. I don't think Van Zeeks knows either, because he just kind of showed up and he always wears a mask and he doesn't really speak to anybody. Maybe Van Zeeks does know. I don't like this man, so maybe he does know and he's being an asshole, but oh my god, I'm losing it. What's going on here? That's my boyfriend! That's what's going on here! I'm sorry, I'm screaming. I'm peeking the mic. I can see it. I'm so sorry. Oh my god! I need to calm down. I need to calm down. I need to breathe. Minnie's looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you, girl? Are you telling me? No, apparently, Sholmes did check the pulse, and he said there was nothing. So Sholmes is fucking lying to us. Sholmes is lying to us. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? That's my boyfriend. You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from it. What? This game loves its amnesia! I'm not okay. Guys, I'm not okay. I'm gonna have a panic attack. Oh my god. What is my heart rate right now? It's not that high. Oh my god. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Oh my god, it's Kazuma. He has amnesia? I fucking called it. I really need to breathe. I'm like not breathing right now. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Ugh.
Hi, Minnie. No, I know I'm screaming, aren't I? I'm sorry, baby.
Now, unless I am much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there.
I know. I was just freaking out, wasn't I? Your tail's going. Minnie's also excited that Cosima is alive and amnesiac. Oh, she's stretching.
When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama, we are not okay. Oh, Susato, I just want to give you a hug.
Yeah, I know. How could they do this? Thank you for the little tiny baby kisses. And the chewing on my finger now. You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeke's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. Yes, we fucking are. You are going to have to leave now. The forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato.
Of course.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Sholmes? Where the fuck are you? I'll go talk to this woman. But I am gonna beat Sholmes' ass.
Yeah, are you gonna help me beat him up? Are you gonna help me beat him up? Minnie says it's time to fight.
I believe this is it, Dr. Seiss Laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so you may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around. Be careful not to upset any restless souls. Yeah, we'll investigate all the shit. How about the blood on your table? Nothing particular. Oh, okay. Really? Nothing of note? No comment on the blood. A table instead of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make you wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Yeah, I know, Min. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. There are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death.
I suppose this is Dr. Seiss' desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Imagine how efficient she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you.
Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's it. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
Yeah? Oh, okay. She likes to, like, be, like, scratched in the neck, and she, like, forces her, like, body against you, to the point where she chokes herself against your hand. You have a problem, Miss Moo. Yeah, you do. My baby, huh? You the baby. You said I do nothing wrong. I'm innocent of all charges against me. I just need love and attention all the time. Because you're the only person here to give it to me. And I can't be left alone. No. No, you can't, can you? Bugger you. Carly's calling you out. You're a booger-eating weirdo. You are that. She's correct. You eat your eye crusties. And you get very angry if we don't let you eat them. Yeah, I'm calling you live on stream. And this will eventually be on YouTube for the whole world to know you're a booger-eating weirdo.
Sometimes I wonder if she could speak English. What she would and wouldn't understand. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead.
Minnie, can you not dig a hole in the comforter? Can you just lay down? Yeah, chill out. Goodness gracious.
I'll never know a moment of peace. The title of this YouTube video is going to be I Fucking Knew It. Hi, welcome to the stream. This is such a good case. It's already a good case. You missed me screaming at the top of my lungs just not even 10 minutes ago. Well, welcome in. I hope you enjoy. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquids or something. Or like the pickled umbashi plums we make back home. Ryu. Fruit liquors. Ryu, I hate to break it to you. They're not. They're definitely not. Father had jars like this in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato. There are some things in the world that's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umabashi. Aren't they? Oh, of course. Alright, I think I've examined everything. Which basically means she's not here, come back later. Which means I'm gonna go beat up Sherlock Holmes. Sorry, Herlock Sholmes. I'm gonna go beat this man's ass. Where is he? Sholmes? Where the fuck are you? short hike is cute. Oh, God. I think he's losing his mind a little bit. What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall in this cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, and who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Ruined his steez? It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence has upset you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall is all I had at hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually, this is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How was I diddled and fiddled? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
Okay.
I thought I could represent my odd fortune with only odd numbers and an ambiguous set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took from the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them.
Okay.
By Asmund and by that aloof engineer Drebber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Izzy. Yeah, I'm having to I'm not sure that means what you think it means. Moment. I don't want to open this yet because she's sleeping again. I don't think this one's she's being crazy. Right now she's... Where is she? That's not her. Did she leave? She left. Good. But she was sleeping in bed. She slunk out. Well, now we can open my Danish and we can see the plate in relative peace. Okay. Okay.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis, even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There's really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting.
was never my intention to deceive anyone, and I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I read and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool? It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. I'm not sorry we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
It was about a year ago Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. And there are no more clues you can give us to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there.
In the Sherlock Holmes book, Enoch Drebber was a cultist from Ohio and an all-around awful guy. He was also the first victim ever. Good to know. Sounds like he's still an all-around awful guy. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The blaze was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil is impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead.
What do you think, Mr. Zato? Ode a machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Mr. Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Zato. I'm sure he would never—
Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look.
What?
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No? Oh well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. I would like to examine that, please. I'm going to examine this too. Ah, look here, Miss Usato.
Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Even the man inside tragically dead.
Okay. Okay. That seems to be the only thing to examine then. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's just a...
This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expected that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. I didn't mean. There we go. Okay. I don't... Do I need to present him? Okay. Doggy. Toby? Okay. Just wanted to check that us examining that didn't change anything for him. Okay. Now what? I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here. Okay, so there's something I missed examining here.
What is it? What have I missed? If you know what it is, shout it out. I don't know that any of you would know, but... Oh, there it is. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation he was spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. The scalpel blades could be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? There we go. What are you doing? Yeah. Hi. Hi, pretty lady. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmund's body, I mean. Nico! So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. I like her little snake wrist thing. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amidst an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Are we sure he doesn't have an identical twin? The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
Everybody stretch if you haven't stretched in a while.
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh? Hello. To meet you? Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm Detective Lawyer Mama. Yes? Can I cut this one up? Sorry? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern prison before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Ryu's having a bad time. It feels somewhat cooler down here, doesn't it? Someone doesn't appear to be here. I'm sure we've asked everything we need to. Racist. I mean, when are they not racist? I'm pretty sure I already did that. Oh. I had to ask. I mean, I'm pretty sure we had this whole conversation already. Yeah. Okay. Do I need to show her something? When it suits you. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me lessons at the moment. I only know A and E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's it. Turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. There's a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. I forgot. The dog. Nico? You called it. And I didn't know what you were talking about. I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. Toby. His sense of smell is so good, he could track people over the ocean, can he? Professor Harebrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Nico is the biggest brain. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent in this oil, Toby could lead us to that Doggy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then. We'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait. When did you... What's a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, and I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Alright then, Odo. Leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna go get after that Doggy Engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here at all times. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets him in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on, boy. Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope that scent of the oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigation we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I want to say Dr. Decker. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. I'm ready to kick his ass. Yes, quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. I'm gonna destroy this man.
Destroy him. Commit first-degree murder.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Eek!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
There he is.
Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Aha.
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh, hi.
Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, huh?
Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. Sholmes, we have things to discuss that may or may not end in your early demise.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
Oh my god. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. Susato-san! I really wish she'd flipped him. I want this man dead right now. I don't care how sexy he is in that when he's not wearing his coat. I want this man dead right now. I think she passed out, is what happened. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Okay, bud. Well, I'm gonna beat your ass either way, and I don't care. That stomach rumble echoed throughout the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember? Remember, I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh, yes. It's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom amount was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean? Your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussauds at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? I do. I'm going to murder you. I'm so angry. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with a considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something in the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Alright, I'm going to deal with this Drebber shit before we get into the real reason that I'm here, which is to destroy you. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. Oh, God. In the process of tracking somebody down. No data yet. I just showed it to you. Alright, whatever. Your firewall tried to block Coral Island. I think mine has done that before too. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain, aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Osagi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. I'm a fucking idiot. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court,
you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. I'm going to murder you. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? We will have to use the power of love. I'm gonna smooch that man's memories back into his body. Smooch those memories back into his body. True love's kiss is going to put it back in there. Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shilling? That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
Are you
being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. No, I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. On the other hand, stabs him, absolutely. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Okay.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. I don't like that. Is that what makes Britain great? I don't like that at all. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking at it a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective so far is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. He's lying to us about our boyfriend being dead for months. For 6+ months. And won't fucking give us a straight answer on anything. And now this. Sholmes is on my shit list. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? We paid 5 shillings. Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Is the professor the guy? He's wearing something black over his eye.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. This is the professor. He has a large shovel in his hand, too, it look. Oh, that was Susato, whatever. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail.
can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Are we taking his head off? Oh, we're turning him around, okay. Ah!
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle!
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yes. Yeah. The same nose, same eyebrows. It's Enoch Drebber.
The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him.
Indeed it is. Ah, yes, indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return at Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh.
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't have ever really happened, could it?
I think it's time to educate you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Yes, please. Give us fucking information for once in your goddamn life. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped out of their bodies. The fall outfits, are they good? I'm in like spring 18 or something. Like almost out of spring. I went from spring like 6 to 18 today.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, it's easy to lose days. I did have fun. I love the game. It's so good. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which joins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh!
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat, Dr. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Okay. So he's not the professor. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night.
The sole witness to that unmanageable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young driver ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page of the Capitol. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly, but what I don't understand is what Mr. Dribber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's actions of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumours abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. The hound... He used a dog? He's the Hound of Baskerville. Sir, I guess. But in time, of course, the rumours abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. Ugh. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlour tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Nogate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been the following execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Dribber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing had been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Dribber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Okay. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tussauds said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. We love to do that. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Tussauds? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once, but there's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, because probably what he looks like is like, you know, a big deal. What if it's his twin? Twins! It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket there. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than a normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Is this what got flung across the way? This was in the cage. And then they, I guess, swapped the real body for the fake body really quick. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass is broken too. You don't mean? Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Okay, I think that's all it wanted me to examine here. Yeah. Okay, I think there's more to examine on him. It's disturbing the rest. A young man, large shovel in his hand. Okay. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. Well, a camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in the graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Okay. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. We open the cover at the back of the camera. We should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Suzato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth is the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Suzato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. It's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. Naruhodo, is this the new stepladder ladder thing? We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? Shut the fuck up. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Okay, this is... That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this? Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Okay. I want to say that we've examined everything. We've examined the man's face. Okay. Oh, that's good. What the bleeding Nora Odo? What have you done? What have you gotten done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you've been. So? But Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Dispels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But Please, put down the gun. Oh my God, she really came in here. Guns quite literally blazing. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yup, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I've got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Okay, bye. Oh, hi, Sholmes. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Here we go, pathetic Sholmes. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. Oh my God. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. Right, let's go. Oh my God. He is so pathetic. Ow. My hair. I can feel it. It's getting all tangled. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you've got it yet, then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's the miracle worker. Oh. Buddy, why are your eyes squinted up like that? Thought you lot would show up before long. Oh, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I get to cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics team are on the way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. Then, my dear fellows, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Alright. First, I would like to examine the shit that we just found. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Okay. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, see? Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like a waxwork isn't an actual person. So we never have found a photograph of Print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Yeah, I had that thought, but, you know. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? That's blood. Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikitoba. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Okay. Now, let's examine everything. First, I want to look at this. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. Just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebba was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. This appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting. Most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. Young scientists could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. Now how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? Yeah, well, I'm not gonna let him go for lying about my boyfriend. Anyway. I need to know what happened to Kazuma. So bad. It's curious, though, isn't it? We'd expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Science trophy, but added to the record. Amazing. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? It's actually suspended by a thin, but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes. But a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky, while suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is even taller towers? You're telling me I can't say, it's a ladder, it's a step ladder. Okay, I'm gonna look at this. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose train, shop to the floor, or nothing. Not even a bone for Tobia, my dear fellow. Fella. These people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. Alright. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like it got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector. I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Oh, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Draper must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What'd you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Yeah. Uh-huh. Idiot. Oh my, someone is in there. Ugh, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were contended, I could unlock the door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you will seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Let's maybe go. Oh. 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 What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, ain't no one in there after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we... Maybe that was the sound of Draper running away. There's only one door in this room. There's footprints on the ceiling. No windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Yeah, but there's footprints. What's up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me. What do we got here? Here then. Oh my god. Are we just ignoring the bomb? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? It's that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensic investigation team arrived, too. And this fucking bomb goes off, maybe? Alright, I'm gonna start here. There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? Not Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. Was Wonder Woman created at this point? 18-somethings? Early 1900s? That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle of a full-size balloon using gas. Green flying balloon. Does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. I'm in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Okay. It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. Alright. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch of... Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? Did you say... a time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Huh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't take that as a compliment. Don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, do you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learnt to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene as we see before us. The first is the inverted nature of the furniture in this room. It is the work of Drubber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. I can't believe I'm still on the first of 3 parts right now. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude here. There, Mr. Sholmes, well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dictate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. Every item in the room is on the ceiling? Are you suggesting... Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. Quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in this analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Oh my god. But why does it have a clock on it? Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. I don't know about that, my man, but that's okay. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, and before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion by sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Okay. Okay, my mans. I know about that, but sure. I want this to go faster, but it doesn't. And it just makes him do this. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. What's our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. My guess is he was standing on it when it was like folded up. Like it's a trapdoor. Anyway. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Thoughts on Coke over movie night? But should you have some now? I say yes, do it. Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was the only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Alright. By anchoring one into the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Okay. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. I love that everybody's just silent after one of these. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with this man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Oh, God. Did Iris come up with that exact phrasing? My original was clumsy. Yeah, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Dribber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. The argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes a little helping hand. I'm sure that with some minor corrections, a great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Dribber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Part 2. Alright. I'll give them this. Animation is very fun. This whole sequence is very fun. There we go. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Swiss Susato. When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. I assume we want to look at this.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about gravity. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase was standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, as much as it pains me. The gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. This, I think, is the perfect screenshot just for this series of games. This combination of faces and positions and the quote. I think this embodies this fucking game. Oh, poor Mr. Schultz. This one too. The show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned every piece of furniture in here. Turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is one explanation. An explanation. Yes, the reason why everything has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't it? Isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. I want to, like, examine this more. We've already established that gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Seriously, very curious to know what sort of device it is. I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. Okay. Oh.
Take that!
There we go. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside of a book just in case. That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart, always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? Then the day the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. None of you always note things down in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe I proved my point now. The face that he made! Which is a very similar scenario that is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state of the room we now find the room in. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how do those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Oh. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. Green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? You can see there are footprints on this balloon, too. Look. Oh, yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though, what it tells me, I'm not sure. Okay. Maybe this shoe. I wasn't sure if it was the footprints of the balloon or the shoe. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is from the nearby shoe. On closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? Oh, he was throwing the shoe at the balloon to get it down. Green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo... Oh, it's a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second bird cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But with the balloons out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drubber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. Reach, what better tool than a rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bridge the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Crossbow? Just use the fucking trophy.
Take that!
Yeah. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the crossbow? This was found at the scene, in fact. In all likelihood, it belongs to Mr. Drubber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing his shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drubber has hidden inside that balloon? What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is, a waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with strong, quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean? Oh goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tispel's model that you largely solved was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was, but I believe Madame Tispel's now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tispel's and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Drubber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drubber's workshop. Pardon me while I try to get the dregs of chapstick out of this dead chapstick. My lips are starting to hurt. Theo's fall outfit, oh my god. Right now he's just walking around in his bathing suit constantly, even though it's spring. So I'm living my my best life in that regards. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drubber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? His location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drubber is right here, somewhere in this room. Did he lock himself in the safe? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drubber's hiding place must be the...
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tell us that the engineer is still hiding in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe, and pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, of which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Look at those two dorks. Even when I hate them, I love them. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright, then here goes. Hi. You found me. You look very uncomfortable. Oh! Oh! Okay. What are you doing? Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. What voice do I give him? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tussauds as well. Nico! Also, would be delighted to answer your many questions. Can you stop doing the worm with your arm? Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb I left in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha. Oh, he's like supposed to be like a robot, I guess. I mean, I got that, but ha ha ha. I'm not doing a robot voice. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. No! I'm not like that face he made. Mr. Sholmes! Only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. You're trying to help us get a killer or get us killed. Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a very close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. I want to push it, Mr. Sholmes. One second. Oh, that looks really good, Carly. He does have good music. What on earth happened here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Okay. Everything's in here is precisely what it seems. I don't like his smile. Even a little bit. It's minty? Interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber.
Nico, what fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. Gregson is going to kill this man. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Carly, how dare you mention the Onceler in my Christian stream? Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I had written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon amongst the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself in the safe? Having first had this parcel taken. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow all of us up?
No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Oh my god, hi Minnie. Oh my god, you scared the crap out of me, baby girl. Where'd you go? Where'd you go hang out? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. Yeah, Moni girl. You don't want me to touch you though, because you think I'm going to pick you up. You can't cry at me and then run away. That's not how this works. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a strong lock. Lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again.
So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe?
It's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face. You are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't suffered at all. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. That this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drubba? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. And what are you... That one? You mean... Oh, God. Oh, no. This man is going to jail. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Was Van Ziek still there? Oh God. Was Cosimo still there? Professor Harebrain's inventions and all his seekers were blown away forever. Holy shit. That was so long. God, good lord, I hope these next two parts are shorter. I'm gonna check. I would love to save my progress. Pretty please. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, that doesn't... Next part doesn't seem too bad. Okay, I think it's gonna be a long evening, but I don't think it's... They're not too long. There's only like 2 sections in each. I think the second one had maybe 3 sections. Minnie has vanished again.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. I'm still not happy with you. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do you try your hardest not to entertain the witness stand? And if what is he doing here? What is Sholmes doing in here?
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but
My dear fellows, I must interject. What does he want? What do you want? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you have overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, sorry? I don't follow. This man has a praise kink. Anyway, must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of world acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then, as you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have to have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. This man. Sorry to cut in. I'm Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? I don't know.
Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Okay. I would like to read that. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. I would like to read that now. Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor. Death hanging confirmed at midnight, 17 June. Courtney Stevens. Wow, this is so helpful. It's so much information. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Professor Dredd, wait. No. What the fuck? The professor is the murderer, is the murderer who killed Van Zeek's brother, and I think Drebber watched him rise from the grave, was what happened. In theory, the professor is not Drebber. In theory. Well then, Professor Harebrained, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be adhered to there today, will he? Drebber?
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Yes, you fucking do. Counsel the defendant. Trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters, the fact that Cosima is going to be in there with me. Finding the truth, across the way, being very distracting. And silent and broody. There he is! I'm gonna be in distress anytime we see him.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrained, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. I know, Carly. How are they just chill with this bird-beaked, silent man? If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh! That was, oh my god. Okay, here's my things I've learned in karate. The way that he put that sword back. That was, I don't think that's a samurai sword, but the way, because a katana is only sharp on one side, it has a groove down the back side of the blade, and so when you sheath it, you run, I'm trying to remember how you like run your finger across that groove to get out the blood, and then you put it back. So the way that he did, the way that he sheathed the sword was very Japanese. That's what I'm trying to say. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. Find it so very wearing. Take a man's life without a conjuring trick. It is I don't care. Fake sides should feel the wrath of God who asked me.
We have to listen to what's both sides of the fence and to settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
That girl is 6. Wasn't it my day? It wasn't like this at all. All parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. That is so Kazuma! Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation ground, or in the stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. Fair, Cody. What? Explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. There's that hole in the floor we knew was there. Shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution afforded to the machine by the special dispensation protection was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Kazuma! As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. She's barking at something. And I don't care. Yet. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose the information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand.
I'm gonna go check on her and see what she's losing her mind about really quick. back again. She was just sitting on the ottoman in the family room, just like barking into the air. I don't know what her problem was, but she went out and she peed, so, you know. Sorry for the, 1,000 breaks during this stream.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation.
Hard to pin down, I would say.
Just needed you to know she was there and needed attention, basically. I don't think she followed me back up. She did chase a rabbit while she was out there, so I don't know.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
We didn't get the blueprints, did we?
No.
Can I do anything with this? This is the lock? It's just a fucking latch. What do you mean you can't break through that lock? Oh, this lock. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? I'm sure the lockpicking lawyer could get through it in no time. Definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right, sorry. Okay. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I could do yet.
A basic device, if you ask me. A pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Cody.
What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
He's a big fucking liar.
Yes, it's very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
That you blew it up. But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. It was all shown during yesterday's proceedings. Is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery? The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... You've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Oh my god, I'm like, oh, burpee, sorry. I'm cold. Just had like a chill go through my body. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints that I constructed the machine to its precise specifications.
Specifications?
Yeah, it was good English. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Why does he have so many orange words? A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying that you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Aswin has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims, namely the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true, I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Really quick. Oh my god. I don't think I examined this. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist.
Was he? Okay. I guess nothing else can be examined. I just wanted to check. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill.
I know, this game has such good music.
Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay. Okay. 1 year ago, he brought me up blueprints. The victim of a twin.
Hold it!
It's clear that you both have scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However,
the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
I don't know about that, because we have this. There's a big hole in the floor. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. No, because it fell on its base. This guy feels like if Marilyn Manson wanted to move like Michael Jackson dances. He makes me so uncomfortable. I don't like the way that he moves, and I don't like his smile. Also the sounds he makes when he moves. He's very unsettling. We've examined the bird cage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? Right, he broke his neck. He fell head first. That's the opposite of where this should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facets is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the bird cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The bird cage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower at the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken. Ugh, I want to crack my back so bad. Ugh. But it will not do that.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Okay. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. It wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, there was one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ugh, I nearly had him there. Alright, add your stupid statement. Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the bird. Wrong. A bold-faced lie. Nope. Okay, whatever. Okay, I was a little fast on that. Ugh. But there's something I have to present. And it's not that. Because it's a big hole, but it's fine. No, 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 no. Probably not. It doesn't show anything. No. No. I don't think so. No. Could be this thing.
Objection!
There we go. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. We'll indicate the place in which you are referring on this same diagram. I mean...
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine, on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance. Has such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Here we go. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because the construction of this machine, it's the construction of the machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Aslan's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Be angry. Alright.
Objection!
Kazuma, you're better than this. My learned friend has reached the end of his wild ass. There he is. There he goes. What a waste. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly. Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
too. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experimentation. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with this crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigations team report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive?
Do I have to think of everything myself?
I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract to which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contract conditions. There was one very important provision bolted onto the clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So, you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Can the reason be he's just fucking incredibly freaking weird? Yeah, I think that's valid. That kind of claim fits the time period. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right track, or the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
I don't want to listen to you laugh.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
No, it's not. We all know who said that. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The staged demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Yeah, but fucking who? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. Yeah, like, who would it be? He's dead. It's not our Kazuma. Maybe you have a twin brother. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So, what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Oh. Okay, I need to look at stuff. Okay. There's nobody on this first page, obviously. So somebody over here. It's not gonna be our two little weird witnesses. And she has nothing to do with it. And this is the only other person that we've met recently. And she's part of the forensics team. So she would have had access to the site. Esther did a contract, fund labor and materials, received 30%. She also looks kind of weird. Thank you for that scientific. Professor Courtney Stevens? Courtney Scythe? Do we think it's the same Courtney? I mean, it's the only person that would make any sense in the list. Because why? It wouldn't be the little German boy. Like, I don't think the game wants us to back down. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Because maybe the coroner is lying. That inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. You are nevertheless determined. But I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who did you claim? Do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Mr. Drebber himself! Courtney Scythe. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. You interrupted me, bitch. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensics investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Standing up there, dragging the yards and ape through the mud. I didn't mean to... I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem?
Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? It's the fucking waxwork figure.
Certainly, if the birdcage contained the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
Ugh, that's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there also must have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What could I do to reveal how this body was achieved? Oh, God. I have evidence. It's the fucking head. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. That's what's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of the events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Usato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Jesus Christ. Why is it here?
Objection!
Why is it here? The zoom, yeah, really.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh god. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
Yo, bring that trauma up to him one more time. You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicating waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
The head was in his fucking house. You want to know why? Ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and given it back again, but now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? Oh God. That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Oh no. I'm gonna have to do a fucking jury fuck him up. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord. No! I need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court now.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty! Guilty!
I'm taking a bite of Danish.
Kill me!
That was 2 bites, but you know. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury's reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The bench will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? I like that he just was like, yeah, you're gonna do it, so let's just get it over with. We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime which he is charged. I want another bite of Danish. Is this a good idea? No, but I'm craving sweet things. Thanks for listening to my musical number. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. Utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with the members of the police. Do not trust them much. See no rigorous proof. There's ever inside the bird's cage. It's conjecture. Seems that without right evidence, it's not a perfect job, is he? I won't have it. Okay. Juror number 2. I wish I could just present evidence to her statement, because we know that she's connected because of the secret report. Somewhat unsurprisingly, seeing the introduction of its waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. Corn girl scares me? Yeah, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. I wish I could just show that they're connected. Ready, counsel. You may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. I don't know why they did that one first.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society, such as myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. She is a shipper. I don't probably remember this plea.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing in the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magics in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. You have something to say?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
What do you call a mass murderer?
Sorry? My mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, was it like this?
Okay. What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone during the public's trust, we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Okay. Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in those days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right, especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Yes, thank you, Ryu.
Of course. Yeah, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Alright. Courtney Stevens back then when I knew her, a legendary coroner. Okay. I want to pit this against, I think, this statement. Yes. These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe and the mass murderer. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does this have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer, known as the Professor. The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gave few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago, and a few days ago, Mr. Trevor very deliberately stole the waxwork from the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Thanks, my lady. My lady. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Thanks, my man. Ugh, now I gotta talk to somebody else. Get 2 more people to change their minds. No problems with the members of the police. I don't trust them much. I already talked to you. See, no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage is conjecture. I don't want to talk to you, so I would much rather talk to you.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there was more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared amidst the explosion, that there have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Do I have fucking evidence of that? There's nothing else in the birdcage that I could examine. Oh, yeah. Oh, we have this piece of glass that was in his fucking jacket. It's in the wax thing's jacket pocket. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Do you have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage? Namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength, much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
Once the small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence is in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now.
Okay. I have to pit this against something. Presence leaves me little doubt that it was indeed inside the birdcage. Okay. Reminds us that the two will be conniving with one another. Without right evidence. Is it this one? I mean, it's not him, and I don't think it's her, so it's gotta be the child. These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Gracious, whose statements do you prefer?
Whatever. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Colonel Cobb? Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Okay.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone else who'd been stuffing between the ears.
Okay, I don't understand a word that girl said, but sure. If it got me the vote, I'll fucking take it. Success, if you could call it that.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call it guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue.
3. Okay, there's 3 cross-examinations. Next chapter. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. I don't know if I should just leave it to next week.
Waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a bloody double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. Really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels.
I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangement for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Well, it's too late to stop now.
Court now adjourned for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tispels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Do I want to be here for another hour? Or do I go to bed? Do you guys want to watch a whole nother hour and finish this case? Or do I finish it next week? That first section really was like 4 hours long. I appreciate you, Nico. Yeah, it's late. I guess we'll finish it next week. It's only 30 minutes past midnight. No. Exit game. Don't save. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. EP time. Minnie will be happy with me that I'm not on my computer anymore. Okay. I guess that will be it for tonight. I didn't expect to scream so much. Oh my god. This game. It knows all the right buttons to press. I love this fucking series. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it very much. You're the best. Calendar. I should be normal streaming next week, barring any unexpected problems. And we will continue with this case. I would really love to finish this game by the end of December, but we will see what happens. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. You're the best. I love you all very much. I hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and I messed up the order of my words. An amazing weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, alright? Goodbye!